down. We all the way. Whoops, 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 whoops. There we go. I have this insane setup over here. Do we even have audio? We should have audio. Looks like we have audio. Hello, Mr. Papa Bear King. Do we have audio? This is like the classic stuff to ask whenever, always. Looks like we have audio. Yes, great. And audio levels are good, or are they a little bit hot? Since we do have audio, let me show you this dual screen plus a laptop setup over here. And then we have this rod, and look what's up there. We have a camera. I need to connect that to power, so we need to figure that one out as well before we start. Then we have our desk. So let's just do, yeah, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to live with that rod, that overhead camera rod in the space, but we can do that. We can do that. So sorry for all the confusion and everything. Right now we have a monitor in display. Yeah, but that's fine. That's very good. I can hear it nicely, says Mr. Papa Bear. Good. And I need something to... Oh, by the way, it's open. So, let me show you what we have done here. Ta-da! We have an overhead cam. If it's working, or is it just frozen? I need to figure out power for that thing, which means I have to climb up here and try and get the power thingy out of the ceiling. Unless I do have, no, I don't have. I should have. Over here we should have a cable. That's the wrong one. No, let me get that thing from the ceiling. And if you're lucky, I'm gonna fall down and we'll just end the stream right there. So for those of you wondering, actually I need a pair of pliers to get that down, because then we also have the power thingy. Why do I always need the thing that I don't have? Let me just try it. Is that gonna hold me? Yep, sort of. There we go. Ooh. So I'm just gonna power this into the camera over here, and we should be powered for the whole event. Of course, that doesn't. Oh, we can use this. Hold on. We'll just put that there, and we have power. Good. Now, if I don't stumble in this, we should be good. Let's see if we can get some image from this camera up here. It's not recording, is it? It's charging, which is good. So let's unplug this one. Plug it back in. See if we can get the source in there. Right now we're on the wrong camera, and then we choose the right camera. There we go. There we go. So if you haven't figured it out already, the whole setup for this, look at that. The whole setup for this live stream is now not one camera, but two cameras. So we have the overhead, and we have the straight on, which should be good once we start building. We're only like, what, 10 minutes into the game? I have no idea how long we've been streaming. 7, yeah. Well, good. These we don't read right now. As you can see, I've cleaned the workbench, so we're ready to start building. And for those, what, how many are we now? 2? It looks like there's 2 people. Let me put this over, well, you're not going to see this, but I'm going to put that over here. So we'll have that, and then we do this. Stream is healthy. Perfect. So for those of you watching this in recording, what we did last time was to build this prototype that actually works. We can plug this into our computer. We can control MAME. It works as an Xbox 360 controller, so you can basically plug it into anything that accepts an Xbox 360 controller, and you're good. Everything is going to be fine. You can play your games. But we're going to have to build this into a nice case. We also need some more buttons, because right now I only have 6 buttons. We have a couple of buttons down here for start and select. And the way that this works, what makes all of this possible is a tiny Raspberry Pi Pico. Now, if you haven't seen a Raspberry Pi Pico, let's see now. I should probably bring this down here. That's more like it. Let's just add another source that is a window capture. There we go. See that one? That thing right there is a Raspberry Pi Pico. It's a tiny little microcontroller. Let's just turn that off. And that tiny little microcontroller has 26 inputs and outputs. We're using it primarily for inputs, so it means that we can have approximately 26 buttons or inputs in terms of buttons. Joystick is 4 inputs, right, left, up, down. Buttons for whatever you need. And right now, the big problem is that this thing here does not, I can't really slug this around. Also, it's way too tall. There's like this much space underneath here. So we need to do something about that and try to build a proper case that looks nice. One where we can change out the faceplate. If I want to do a button or a joystick-less controllers, I can just use buttons instead of having a joystick for fighting games if I want to try that. But we have a couple of other things we can also do about this. Bedtime mode. Bedtime mode with the kids. That's fine. That's no problem. At some point, they will actually start sleeping. What's going on here? Righty. So, where do we start? Well, we need to take this apart. Partially take it apart, hook up some more buttons, and that's step one. Step two is start measuring out a case. Before we do that, let me show you this. Look at that. Let's do the overhead cam. Is this overhead cam, is it actually freezing up? I think it is. Okay, we're gonna have to be a little bit creative with that. Yeah, we're gonna have to be creative. So let's just unplug it. That's the... Yeah, so much for having an overhead cam. Why does it keep locking up? Is it getting too hot? That could be a thing. It's actually, it's something with the source maybe. There we go. So for some reason the source is freezing up, but we'll figure that one out later. Right now we just look here. This is a multimeter, a really old one, and it works. I even tested it, and it works and measures voltage, amperage. So much fun. But let's switch back to our main camera and zoom in a little bit on our hero of the day. So we'll put that over here. Let's do it on the build like that. I also need to map out some keys. I need to map out some keys on OBS to turn on and off the two layers. I wonder if that's something I can do. Let's see if we have that. Properties, can we do an order show? No. Anybody know? Anybody know? Transition. Okay, let's go into tools and we? Where are we? No, we don't want multi-view. Oh, it's under preferences, of course. It's settings. So hotkeys. Let's see now. Switch to scene or source. Do we have a source? Can I turn sources? No, I have to make... Right, okay, so what we'll do, we'll duplicate that, call it overhead cam. And on overhead cam, we'll turn off that. So if I switch between those two, that looks like it's working. Now we go to settings. Now I'm not showing you, sorry for not showing you this, but it's just, see, yeah. Hotkeys. So let's just try. So there's overhead cam, and there is, so switch to scene. What shortcut should I put that on? 8. And then overhead cam 9. How does that work? Yeah. Okay, good. Perfect. So now I can switch using my keyboard. Let's see if we can get... Did something happen with the stream? No, it's an excellent connection. So let's see if we can... Yeah, the camera is still working. Perfect. So as you can see, there's a huge mess in here right now. This is taped down. There's so many cables and everything. So we need to unscrew this and start cutting some parts and pieces and start finding out which buttons we need and make a couple of more holes. And then we need to make a case for this. But first, let's see, we have screws under there. So let's take this apart first of all. I'm not going to use the electric drill right now because that's going to just add a lot of noise to this. I think we only use 2 screws under here, 2 or 3, yeah. So the way that the microcontroller works is that you can almost use anything for buttons. As long as there's an electrical connection between the pin, which is one of the holes on the side of the microcontroller, and ground, it will register as a closed circuit. And it will trigger something based on the code, the firmware running inside. And the firmware I'm using is the GP2040-CE, which is an open source firmware for, well, arcade sticks, fight sticks, anything that uses buttons and other inputs with switches. The best part is that you get this beautiful overlay from the camera, which makes it really janky, but I mean, it's good, it's good. I'm gonna have to see if there is a way to remove that. I don't think it is, but if not, well, let's just embrace it. Jankiness is our middle name, or one of them at least. Maybe I should use the drill because this takes forever. Okay, there we go. So we have the bottom plate off. Let's unscrew that, and everything just falls apart. We can remove these as well. So one of the first things we'll try to do today is add a small screen, a small status screen onto this where we can read the button inputs and see if all the buttons are working, and also track the settings if we're at input, X input, or if we're in keyboard mode. And we're going to be using some of these wires I put here. For those of you going crazy about the wires, it's not going to short. We're going to be fine. So we have 3 different wires. I'm going to go get our little box of arcade thingies. See if we can do this. We need to brighten up one of those cameras, I think, because we're zooming in and then we're losing. Let's see now. Let's do ISO, brightening it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. So in this box we have our tiny screen. Now this is just a very, very small display. It's 128 pixels by something something. And it has 4 pins. Ground. Now I wish I had paid attention when I looked at this, because we have, let's see now, we have 2 cables here, so we have 4 wires and 4 pins. Ground goes to ground, and we're connecting now to GPI 0 and 1. And the V-bus and the ground. So V-bus is power, which goes into VCC, which is here. And then ground goes into ground, of course. I really need to put up a monitor like in front of me right there, so I can see instead of having to look sideways. But again, everything here is set up really, really quickly. So now we need to figure out the SCL and the SDA. So I'm going to quickly see what happens if we just wing it. Is that bad? Should that not work? Am I going to blow it? Well, we don't know until we put power on it, right? So let's put some power on there. Now comes the big question. Do we have anywhere to connect the power? Well, we have at least oh, that was just garbled. Let's do it the other way. that, hold on. Yeah, that's grounded. Well, at least we have power. So what happens if we do this? Did I just burn it? Hold on. Ugh. Did I just fry the screen? No, probably not. Let's do this the right way. So we have these two, which is power. Power is VCC. That's this one. Put that on the middle one. Like so. Then we have ground on the side. And then we'll try these two again. It would have been a little bit easier without the tape. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. We have, can you see it on screen? Can you see it on the screen there? There you go. That is a tiny screen. And if I try to push any buttons, when we're connected to a why is it mirrored? Hold on. Is that because I flipped the switch here? Or is that, am I just going to get garbage now? No, hold on. That was... Then we turn it off. And on again. There we go. And it's the right way around. Oh, look. Can you see the tiny buttons lighting up? This is our status screen. And we can also use it to display a boot logo on startup. So that was a... yeah, the cables are a little bit janky, but I mean, it works. And that's the whole purpose of this. That's the whole purpose of this right now, is getting everything working and then building the case, and then we'll refine everything from there. So if I try to... let me show you in this other camera. If we zoom in right there, see that little screen? This tiny little display. And it shows which keys are being pushed when you press the buttons. So one thing down, we managed to connect our little status display. Does it even? Yeah. And then we need to unpower this again because we're going to be working with some other power cords. We need to connect some more buttons, probably. Or should we just start on the case? I feel like I'm a little bit torn. What? Okay, Mr. Papa Bear King, what were you answering thumbs up and yes for right now? I have no idea. I don't know what you were answering. The whole delay thing makes it really, really hard. So let me know what the thumbs up and yes was for, if it was working or not. So right now, we have a big decision to make. Do we start? Oh, right. The little screen. Perfect, yeah. That's just a nice little feature, having that screen. It's going to be on the front face of the joystick box. So I'm thinking either we start working on the case, or we could add some more buttons. Now I added, like the controller has most of the stuff it needs just to work as a basic controller. All the added buttons won't really do that much. So I'm thinking we might start working on the case. Because we have everything we need to make a functional controller as soon as we have a case to put it in. And then we can look at some of the added functionality, since we're usually only using a couple of the buttons, maybe 2, maybe 3 for most games. We use all 6 for fighting games. But I'm thinking of something special to use a couple of extra buttons for. And it won't be that difficult as long as we have a proper surface. I can always drill more holes and make more space and switch out the top. But as soon as we have the case in place, I can use it, which is part of why I'm making it, and we can kind of move on to other projects as well. So I'm thinking, I do have this piece of plywood right here. And we have this thin plywood, which I think is going to be thick enough for the surface, especially if we put plexiglass on top. And I can always put a little support underneath. So this is part of the thinking process. If you haven't seen the stream before, the previous stream, this is not this is how you do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps. This is more the thought process that goes on in my head to figure something out, to solve a problem, to solve some kind of project I have, and the thinking process behind it. So it will be slow moving in parts, and that's part of the process. So I'm thinking like the width of this is good. It feels good to hold my hands like this. They're a little more spaced apart than you would normally have, but that means we can put a couple of... I really need to attach a keyboard so I can... Yeah, this is going to be really tiresome. Hold on. if we're gonna have to do this every time. There we go. Yep. There we go. So I'm thinking here, this width is fine. This is a good width. My hands are slightly wider than they would be on a normal fighting box like this. But this feels good. We need to have more space below, like here. So if I were to use these keys, it needs to go here. Which means that we don't have that much space up here because we need to have the end of the box right there. So if I were to lean my hand here, that would be, hold on, we have a pen. So if the buttons are here, like measuring is not something I do, or I do it, but you know, I improvise. So my hand is here and the back of my hand, no, not the back, the palm of my hand is over here, which means it needs to go down here-ish. Then I can move up there, down there, and my hand is not on the edge of the box. I can always cut this down later, so it's better to, yeah, that feels good. So that size, and then the width is here. That's that's a huge. Okay. Why is this tapping out? There is something going on, and I'm not quite sure what it is. Let me try to see if it has, like, I'm pulling. Oh. Oh, you can't see this, but the camera is up here. I just pulled it out, so it has some room to breathe. Let's see if that fixes the hang-up issue. Yeah, it's still here. So what I was thinking was, yeah, thanks. I need to look at the chat more. It's right next to me. Like, the chat is over there, but I keep forgetting to look at it. Let's do some measurements and see where we end up. So we are at, what, 25 cent? Oh, that was 25 centimeters exactly, which means that we can do that over here. Close enough. And this is, let's make that 36. And 36 over here. That's quite a large box. And that would be... Now, I'm not going to carry this around a lot. I will be carrying it around, or not around, but bringing it home to play in the evenings. Maybe we could... Like, I could probably cut it down to here. But then I would have the edge on the back of my hand right here. That edge would just hit like that. I could bevel it, but that's more work than I want to do. But this does look manageable, and I can fit it in my bag. I can fit it in my backpack, which is nice. But it is kind of big. At the same time, I want to have some buttons here, like credits and start, like player one. And I want at least a function button somewhere. That could be up here. So having the function button up here to access. Right, if I use a function button, I can actually use this as for Street Fighter and have access to special functions here. Interesting. But is this a bit over the top to have it this far? I'm torn, people. I'm torn, people. Hopefully the camera isn't frozen now, right? It's working again, I hope. So iterative design, I think it's called. We don't need, like, we need the screen. Like the screen itself, this one, needs to go up here as well. And a couple of buttons and one function button here to access more features here. The joystick is within the border over here on the side. Just to make sure that I'm not freezing or that I can see what I'm actually doing. Yeah. I just had to switch the windows. So I think this is a good size. It was what, 32, 30, no, 25. So, well, let's make it 24. So 24, 36. For those not for those not from Norway, those are centimeters, not inches. Just making sure. 36 by 24. And then what? 12 height? No, that's way too much. 6 height. Can we do that? Do we have the clearance? I think we have the clearance. You probably can. Yeah, you got this in your eyes. Let me show you. So currently it's 10 centimeters tall. I think we can shave it down to, so 10 centimeters, 6 centimeters. And still fit everything. It's going to be tight with the controller in the middle. But we have the clearance for the joystick. Barely. We might have to go to 7. You know the monolith from 2001 and 2010? I don't think those measurements would be good, but having something that's like 6, and then we have 24. So 6 times 2 is 12, 24, 36. It kind of makes sense. Maybe I can get away with saying that, no. Well, we do have the clearance. No, it's going to be too tight. So we can do the inner space at 6. The proportions won't be exactly right. But 8 divided by 2 is 4. 4 times 3 is 12. So it kind of adds up. So 8 total, I think it is. And let's write that down. So 8. Let's do 8 by 24 by 36. And let me just double check that. If anybody's wondering, probably not, but that was a ball head. So is the thickness here? Because we have these. That's a little bit, oh, that's close to the limit. That's gonna lock in. This might be a little bit thin, because these are gonna lock in, and you see how they, sorry, here. See these? Those are gonna lock in. I'm not sure if, well, that could work. Question is it too flimsy? Well, all I have to do is put in the middle of this just a small piece of wood to stabilize it, and we should be fine. Yeah. I think we got our size, even though it's, I mean, I got big hands. So of course, if I do it like that for the buttons, up there and down there, and then we have the joystick over here, and then we have space here for our credits and like start and select and that kind of stuff. Yeah, the cam looks, I'm keeping an eye on the cam. I'm keeping an eye on the cam for sure. Right now, let's figure out the size. Let's lock that in, and then we can start working on the side pieces. This is gonna be a beast. Do I need all that space? Well, I do for like aesthetics. I want some space up here, and I need to put some letters or a legend of some sort or something here to identify those. Yeah, and I can always cut it down before I do the final assembly. But so those screws, like the side panels go here and here, which means that the side panels come in closer. But this as a surface area, oh, I almost forgot. See? I'm gonna add another row of buttons. Some Neo Geo games use 4 buttons sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want 4 by 4. And 3, 4, which means that I would either have to move everything over there. But I do like the size. I do like the width of that. But even if I move these slightly inwards like that, so I would have this over here, it would still be slightly wider than a normal stick. That's completely doable. That's completely doable. That should work. Okay. See if we can figure out where I put my. It was here just up. Off to the side. So this board is pretty straight. Just make sure we have our correct measurements. So this is 36 centimeters. That's pretty spot on. Good. And I think this is straight here as well. It looks straight. Let's see how straight it is. Am I shoving something off the edge of the table? No. Where is the edge? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's do that. So I think the reason why the top cam is actually working right now and not falling, like not freezing up, is because it was getting too hot. Let's see. So we want that to be 24 exactly. So down to 24. I'm going to stick my head under here just to make sure that we get it properly placed like that. Measure twice, cut once. Then we have 24 over here. Yep. Let's see where that gets us. And that obviously isn't okay. That looks like it's straight, and this part here is straight as well. So why are we then twenty-four? Well, it's close, but let me see if I have or I know I have something longer. So this part here, oh, that's actually pretty good. There we go. Let's move the arcade parts over because we don't need them on the desk. Right. I'm just adjusting the camera a little bit. So here and here, this is going to be the surface area. That's the big fight stick. But again, I got big hands and I want some space. I don't want to cramp it all together because that's just going to ruin my shoulders and upper arms. So we have the stick over here, we have the buttons here, and we have an extra set of buttons there. We should be good. So we have the size. Now we need the end pieces. Should we just use this piece of wood? Because how long is that? $17. And we want, so 16 divided by 2 is 8. 8 would be not a bad height. Well, how am I going to get this in there? It's like, am I building the final case, or am I building the... See, this is the big question now. Am I building just a functional case to use for a while? Or am I building the final case? It's probably not going to be the final case. That's going to require... Yeah, because I'm probably going to screw something up on the first case. It's going to be functional. It's going to be slightly too big, I guess. It usually happens when you do things like this. And we should probably do one case first and reuse the parts from that if we need to change something. Because I was thinking maybe like side panels, having side panels that go slightly up So for example, if this is slightly below, like that, see? So these stick up a little bit, and then round the corners maybe, that could be nice. I'm making it look like an old piece of like hi-fi hardware, you know, one of the older, what's it called? Amplifiers, you know? Synthesize, one of, like, I think the Moog, the Mini Moog also has those side panels that are slightly taller and slightly deeper, making it look like an old piece of hardware from, what, 70s, early 80s, late 60s. Would be kind of nice. But how would I... Magnets. No, I can't use magnets. I could use slots. I could use some slots in here. So a slot sideways that this slots into. Oh, that would be nice. But then I would need a frame to hold this together. So we'll do that when we get there. We'll get it. We'll figure it out when we get there. For the side panels, I have this really bad piece of plywood, which I could always stain. And it's kind of, is it my glasses or is it? Oh no, it's bowed. There's I don't know if you can see it, but it is pretty bowed. If we do it on the other side. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. That's not gonna fly. I should also put my phone on charging while we're at it. And have a piece of chocolate. Okay, so phone is charging. Oh, there's one is. See, that's the thing. For this live stream, I have this camera as well. Now, Mr. Lyse Moselund, check this out. See? We got camera switchers now. I don't have a power supply for this, only batteries. And it costs $100 to get a fake battery to power this thing. That would have been our third. But since I don't have the battery power to run it for the whole stream, and also the third capture device, capture stick, didn't arrive in time, we had to, well, I mean, look at it this way. Last stream we had one camera, it was what, 480p? It wasn't even full HD. Now, at least, we have a full HD main cam going there. We have a 720 top cam with some stuff on the sides. But still, we need to test that out to see why. I need to try and see if I can remove those, but I kind of like them. I mean, it looks kind of cool just having those things up there. Yeah, I do have the broad... Hold on. There is... let me show you some of the... There is something... I don't know. I think the wire thingy goes all the way in here. So I think you should be able to hear me. This is going to be, well... look at it this way. I do have some extra cameras. We could always hook this up on power and see what we can do with it. But, oh man, this is heavy. This is so heavy. But right, yeah, I mean, look at that. Let's switch to the overhead. Oh, it's a workout. So this is not mine. I'm not even borrowing it. I'm like storing it. It used to belong to a Norwegian filmmaker who's not making films anymore. So we're stashing everything here, and I'm going through everything, trying to figure out the V-mount batteries and sorting through all the gear. There's like one more camera, slightly smaller than this, and a third DV camera, and a couple of DSLRs, like a Nikon 8100. No, yeah, 810. But the main issue with all of these is that we need to figure out all the power supplies, all the batteries, and running a live production with those, with a live HDMI feed. I mean, it's doable, but it would look insane. Like 3 tripods with 3 different cameras spread like in a huge, it looks crazy right now. Let me just show you, like from where I'm sitting. Let's do a, let me just show you this on the overhead cam. Like laptop, screen 1, screen 2, overhead cam, the other camera. It's like, imagine having over here, having like 2 other cameras mounted like that. It would look insane. Also, Siri, key light on.
Okay, done. Tapo key light is on now.
Is it brighter? So, Siri, key light off.
Okay, done. Tapo key light is off now.
Siri, key light on.
Okay, done.
There we go.
Tapo key light is on now.
That was, hold on. That's the key light. We should probably keep it on, because it doesn't look too bright, right? So when you go back to this, it's not blowing out or anything, is it? Well, let's get back to the build. We have stuff to do, and it's, well, we've been doing this for about an hour. Let's see now. This piece of wood is not usable. It's way too bent. We'll just stick it in here. Do I have anything in here that we could use? No. Maybe I can bring the phone backstage. Hold on. Or backstage. Into the storeroom. What's that thing called? Gideon. Let me just try to download something here. I'm going to try something. And it could be, if I install that, and then we install this. So doing this live on stream. Let's go. I accept. If this works live on stream. Number of cameras, 1. Additional files. So what I'm doing now is seeing if I can take my phone, bring it into the wood room. Yeah, there's a wood room. It's not really a wood room, but it's where all the wood is. So I saw this piece of software that's supposed to be free with a watermark. And if we're lucky, we should be able to... Well, where is my... where did I connect my... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got enough power on the microphone at least. We should be able to connect this to OBS. Well, if we can do that, that opens up a whole different... It's almost... That was a lot of stuff to install. Okay, here we go. We're almost done. I'm sorry, this is sort of killing the whole build vibe, but we'll get back to it. So let's start the server. Okay, what happens if I do not window capture, but add another source? We should display capture, browser, game capture, image, media source, video capture device, C web cam, just for fun. Oh, that was what happens when I do. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Hold on. This is what are you? Yeah, you're seeing it. Yeah, you're seeing it right now. Hold on. Howdy. Can I, or do I have audio here? Let's see, menu, grid, camera. Are you getting like, you're not getting double audio or anything, right? iPhone, lock screen rotation. No, I don't want to lock it that way. Can it only lock it that way? There we go. So if I'm not mistaken, and please let me know, this is working, right? You guys have the same you guys have the same as I do? Yeah? No? Well, I'll just gamble on it and let's go find some wood. So, we're gonna find some side pieces to that. Yeah, Papa Bear. This sounds like I'm talking to what's that movie? What's that movie called? With Burt Reynolds. What's that? Oh, it's complete standstill. Okay, let's go find some wood. Let's go find some wood. Now I can't see the chat right now. So we should be... Now this space needs some cleaning up as well. Let's see, in here we have some wood. We need to find some here we go. This is a solid piece. Ooh. It's kind of rough on the surface, so not my first choice, but we'll put it over here. So this is my next project, and that's cleaning up this space. We have this really thick piece of wood right here that's already stained. I would have to sand it down. But we could use this for the side panels. It's more than long enough, and it's thick enough to be super stable to screw everything into. So we can use that. I do also have these over here and my table over there. This stuff is an old wardrobe that I'm rebuilding all the drawers into a shelf of some kind. Now this is MDF. I don't like I don't want MDF. I want proper wood. I want proper wood for my controller. Do I have any of the super fine? I'm gonna try and fix this space tomorrow because I need to be able to get in here. So I did at some point have some really nice plywood. Of course, everything looks insanely crazy right now because I'm not using the wide angle lens. I don't think I can change that. But of course in here we have our full oak. Oh, I do have some oak. Oh, it's a bit too thick though. This is part of the kitchen bench that was sawed out to fit the sink and everything. And this is like solid oak. That could be nice. These pieces are too small, I think. And there's some stuff behind there as well. Like this is part of that nice plywood. See this here? That's an oak finish, I think. You can see those layers are kind of thick. So maybe, just maybe, we'll do until I can reorganize this space. And oh, OSB. You see down there? That will be kind of cool, but that would be sort of the 40s, 50s, 60s, or 50s, 60s, 70s woodworking look, would it? So let's just grab a couple of these rough ones. I think those should be kind of flat. Oh, by the way, you see this contraption here? I should probably do a video on that as well at some point. Whoops. Oh, look at that, an old CRT. And not only that, but there's another CRT down here, which I'm gonna have to show you another time, but that looks like it's from a movie from the 70s. Yeah, the turntables as well. And oh yeah, the Coke machine and stuff. And oh, look at that. Yep. Much more to make videos on. But for now, let's take this piece here. So yeah, that's quite choppy because it's... Smokey and the Bandit. That's the one. Thank you. So let's switch over from... So which ones are... Why is the webcam on this one right now? Oh, right, because. So let's turn off the webcam like so. And then we're back to there we go. Perfect. So, and this is still working. I think the heat was the issue, causing the GoPro to heat up and freeze. So I'm guessing that the webcam ID is good, but not perfect. So I'm closing down the server, and we're shutting down the app, and we should be good to go. Let's put this back on charging. Now, side panels. We want our side panels to be slightly larger, and I think we should use this for the surface as well, because that's going to give us, and as I said so, the top camera froze. This is hilarious. I need to test this out for myself. Just why is this so hugely big? Then there and back again. And now it works. Just do this a little bit smaller, like so, and close it out. So I think we're going to use this thickness for the top part and the side parts, and that's going to give us something for the buttons to grab onto, something to screw into from the sides, and hopefully we'll find a square flat edge. And that's definitely not it. Oh, this is fine. Of course, there are all these. For a top surface, we're going to use this part. For the top surface, we're going to use that part here, this space. And let's see now. So we need to mark up just going to do it roughly like so. Then we do the width. That. Then we just check it quickly. Are we within tolerance of? Yeah, that's good enough. This part here, though, that's not flat. And it froze up. Why does it keep freezing sometimes, but not all the time? This is something I need to figure out. And why are... I need to put that... Okay, so we'll put this one over here. I just need to reorganize things here, because it's opening up too big. Right. So we're going to make some noise pretty soon, because we're going to saw this. Then we're going to do two side panels. And we need a bottom panel as well. For that, I can use the thin one. Well, it is enough. 24, 24. Yep. So we can continue that line. We can continue, where am I? There I am. This line here, we can continue that all the way down. and cut like that. And then we have the top and the bottom. And then we do the side panels from this. And then we'll take it from there. Cool. Let's just make sure we have that should be fine. Then we'll measure 24. Sorry you can't see this part here, but 24 like that, 24 like that. See what we can get going here. So I'm trying not to get my head in the picture, but can't promise anything. Because we're just improvising here. For those of you thinking that we're moving a bit slowly ahead, that's just because we've been fooling around a lot. Now we're on the build. So let's just double check the length here. So that's not 24. And that is 24. So we need to move this 0.5 centimeter up here. Because moving lines like this is never gonna go wrong, right? Never gonna have any trouble by cutting the wrong lines or anything. And that, oh, that moved, not good. Then we need to move this. I'm gonna double check the measurements later. That did not go well. Yeah, that looks about right. 24. So now I start measuring. That's gonna help a lot. 24. We're gonna fine tune this when we get to the point where we cut everything up. There we go. This should at least give us some straight lines so we can tighten it up. Of course, I should really do this on a table saw I have in the room in there. But we're not pulling that thing out right now. So we're doing this by hand. We're just making the parts fit nicely. Get everything going. Look at the secret feature that I'm looking to incorporate in this and see if that works while playing games. And that should be a nice day's work. If I can do a side panel, hold on, let me switch that one out. If I can do a side panel here, slightly longer than the side of this, so up here, and then do another one here, then we have the two side panels. We don't need anything in the front just yet. And I have more of the plywood so we can do that when we need to. But getting the side panels and this, and then we can start making holes. Yes, we're good to go. Now, I'm gonna have to, remove this because it's gonna get dusty. Just gonna put it over here by the side. As you can see, I'm not really handling the electronics very nicely. But to be fair, they can take a lot of abuse. So here we go. I need to go and get a piece of foam so I can cut on the desk. I'll be right back. Let's see now. I'm just going to get some foam. And since I know that you can hear me even when I go out here, I can tell you an amusing story. Not really. There we go. Do I need... Let's do the big piece of foam. So the thing about the microcontroller that I'm thinking about is this microcontroller can output, well, button pushes like a joystick, right? But it can also output keyboard keys. And since it can output keyboard keys, when you connect it to a computer, you can have it run hotkeys. And hotkeys can be made pretty advanced. And by advanced, you can like, with auto hotkeys, you can program, with Python, you can program some pretty interesting stuff. Let's take the battery out before we adjust the height. Because, as everybody knows, safety first. So let's get this. Yeah. Lock it down. We need some. I'm gonna saw. So I'm gonna turn down the volume so you don't have to listen to that. The volume of the mic, and I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. I have all my fingers. Yeah, the audio is gone because this puppy here makes a lot of noise. But I can leave it on, but okay, we have two pieces that are very closely in size. Now we need to figure out the end pieces. And we should, if we're lucky, yep, these are super straight-ish. See now. See here? I mean, that's straight. That is pretty straight. That's pretty good. Which means that we now, oops, now the floor is getting all slidey. And we need to figure out the height. So I'm thinking, okay, I need to vacuum later. Like that. How much is that? That's 8. And how much clearance did I need? 7? So if we do half on each side, that means it's 10 total. That's the same as the last one, but with a lot less inner space, because the inner space is just 6.5. Let me just quickly measure the inside here. Right, so 10 is the current height there, 9, and we can do with 5. 5 on the inside is actually pretty good. That, I mean, it's going to be a tight fit, but it should be fine. There's nothing sticking at 5. There's nothing sticking out anywhere. And we do have space in the middle. 5, 6, 7. Right. So doing 7.5. Then on the inside, oh, that's going to be a tight squeeze. So if we have 8.5 or 8, and then we have 1 down there, the total is going to be, yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah. Right, so let's do the side panels. Well, we can always, well, you can hear me now, right? I'll leave some of the circular saw on the next cut. So our flat side here, and this should be flat as well. Yep, so our side panels should be, do I want them to be, yes I do want them to be on the inside. Inside. So the length of these should be 0.5 centimeter or 1 full sticking out, half. Let's do half. And then half over on this side. So 24.5. That's a good number. 24.5. Is this side right as well? Or is it level? Or is it, what do you call it? That's not... Okay. This is good. This is good. We'll leave those over here. And then we'll do a quick slice here to make sure that this is that's completely level. And that is not. So we'll do that side like so. So then we'll just leave some of the circular saw in here. So then we'll just leave some of the circular saw in, and let's see if we can make it work. Thanks for the picture, Mr. Mr. Lysemoselund. Sorry. Thanks for the picture, Mr. Lysemoselund. Much appreciated. I'm going to turn down the mic a little bit now since we're sawing some more, and then we'll get going again with assembly and drilling some holes on the layout of the board. So I'm just making sure that everything is as square as possible. So let's make it, did I say 8? I did say 8, didn't I? So 8. Yeah. 8 in total. Yep. 8 should be fine. 8. Yeah. We have clearance. So let's just do 2 more cuts and we have the side panels as well as our top and bottom. Then we'll just figure out how we access everything later. Because that has never blown up in anyone's face, right? So are these... Yeah, they look square. What happens if we do this now? Is it frozen? Yeah. Why does it keep freezing? And the worst part is it's not really freezing. It just hangs for some reason. There we go. Ta-da! Okay. So our 2 marks 8 centimeter in are good. I should probably sharpen this pencil, but I don't care. I don't have the time. I really need to vacuum. This is like the most, like, we have a lot of electronics here, so let's just use a circular saw. That's the way we roll. Let's see, we want this on the outside. And we want that. I wish I had my my speed square. That's so much better to use when cutting. Hold on. Volume. Let's just try and keep it. As one of the side panels down, and if we have a little bit of luck, they match up pretty good. And then we can just wing it. Yeah, winging it. Perfect. And yes. We're on the overhead. I'm sorry. Oops. Audio. we are on the overhead cam. So let's just do a small little mock-up. It's just gonna barely go like so. See, that looks nice, that looks nice. Within whatever tolerance we... Yeah, tolerances are... We're gonna just do a couple of millimeters clearance on the top and the bottom there. This should be fine. Yeah, there's plenty of space. Oops. And I might should I angle it a little bit? I could angle it slightly towards the bottom. Nah, not for this one. I'm gonna, on the final one, I'm probably gonna do a small angle at the top level, but not on this one. So we're gonna find some spacers. Gonna find some spacers to put underneath here. Did it freeze again? Of course it froze again. I really don't know what's up with see? Now it's working. Yeah, it's the non-freeze. Yeah. I really don't understand why. Because it's charging and it's connected and it's moving, but for some reason, for some weird reason, I'll figure it out to the next stream. So all we need to do here is find some spacers that are just tall enough so that when we put this flat on the floor, then we have a space here for the arcade stick and everything. That should be fine. And we can screw this together, make some holes, and we should be good to go. Of course, I need to sand a little bit on the corners. I could do that with a machine. I could do... Actually, let's do that with a machine. Perfect. So I'm not doing any, like we do the side panels here. I'm not doing anything here because I need to work on the stuff. And I'm not doing anything on the other end, because this will be functional without those parts. And we can figure those out later. Now I need to either sand or vacuum. Sand or vacuum. Should I? Yeah, let's just do some sanding first. Might as well, since it's all dusty in here right now. This we will save. Like this part here. I'm just going to go and get the sander. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully I'll remember to turn the volume up. Ooh, yeah, I did. Oh, it's heavy. Let's see now. This I don't need. I could connect the vacuum on the back, but I'm not going to do that because I'm too lazy. And we just need to sand a little bit here, so it's not going to go out there. Yeah, that makes a lot of noise as well. So let's just turn it down a little bit. Let's just turn it down a little bit. And freeze again. What is... And now we're working. I give up. Well, it's working, so I'm not giving up, but Why is... Does that work? So I have to activate and deactivate it again. I have no idea why this is happening. But we'll figure it out at some point, but not today. So we have our pieces. We're all good. We have our end panels. Let's unplug this and just do a little bit of vacuuming. This is so heavy. Yeah, that made some dust. That made some dust indeed. Let's take these off. Are we back on full? No, sorry. Like that. There we go. So let's just get some temporary tidying done. So did that freeze? No, now it's not frozen. I wonder if it just freezes sometimes when... Yeah, no. Let us bring out the noisy boy vacuum. Whoa! Of course, like who needs... Let's do like that. Who needs to pay for going to the gym when you can just lift stuff like power tools? That's a good thing about having too many power outlets everywhere. This is going to be noisy as well. Probably not doing that for a while again. This is why we invented the internet. Yeah, watching a guy vacuum after sawing and sanding way too much crap on top of his computer. That's why we have the internet. Okay then, we have 4 pieces of wood. So much work, 4 pieces of wood. Oh yeah, we're going to be drilling later on after, yeah. We need to drill the holes for our joystick and the buttons. And now it's dusty again, okay. One more quick, actually no. There we go. Done. I need a little snack. How long have we been going? Huh. Not bad. I mean, we're getting somewhere. So far, we've made 4 pieces of wood. Not bad. Do I have any of my clamps here? No, those are at the cabin. That's unfortunate. Tell you what we do. I do have a should have a pack of cards for spacing, but we will use something else. What do I have that I can use for? Ah, there we are. So this is a small trick. Wait, what? Good start? Good start of what? So by using playing cards, which are really thin, you can build up your own spacers. That's way too tall. That should be right about the right height. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the 4 pieces of wood. 2 hours. Not really, but now if we do 9 of these and 9 of those, that should give us enough height for this to be mounted properly, and then we'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that. This gives us the proper spacing we want so that we can use another old woodworker trick, which is super glue. Because every woodworker uses not nails, not screws, but super glue, and preferably a bottle that, oh, I have it over here, I think. Here we go. This one actually works. So 4 playing cards, 4 piles of playing cards, each the same height. That's our spacer. Let's move that. How's the overhead cam looking? Yeah, see, now it's working. So let's move these over here a little bit further into or off frame and then do that. Perfect. So that's within. So which of these? Okay, this is a very nice side, so we keep that up, and then this is a nice edge, so we'll keep that front. So everything is spaced. Now let's find something, a piece of paper. I have a piece of paper over here. Then we'll need some cardboard. That was, of course, taped to something, like so. Pile on some glue. This should go approximately here, like so. Might need to do that one more time. Yeah. So much for that. Let's do a proper pile. So super gluing, just getting it to stick and then screwing it in. That's a little trick to get everything properly set. Should probably have used some clamps, but all of mine are at the cabin, so that's not happening. Yeah, that's on there. We can probably estimate approximately where we're going to need this. So we're going to put some here and all along here. Then we space it up. We're just going by eye on this one because it's not that super important. And we're not removing these anytime soon. Some accelerant. And we should have something that starts to look like a controller. That was a bit far up, but we're good. I just wanted it to look kind of nice and just test it out to see if it's the look I want to go for. And then when I do the final piece, we're going to have to redo all of these pieces. So much for that, eh? Why on earth did you not catch? Why did you not activate? That was a good one. That was a good one. So not activating. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll add some more glue. Like so. And we'll spray the activator on the end here. We'll align these up, and then let's just do one at a time. Just holding it there, trying to make it set properly. Maybe the activator is out of activation. Did I turn? Yeah, I turned that up. This is what happens when you do things live. Is that on there? Okay, that feels like it's on there. Good enough. It's on good enough for us to do the other piece and then put a couple of screws in it. So up here, don't need that much in the middle and more on the end. Like so, and then we spray some activator onto the wood itself. See now if we can trick you into staying there. La da 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 da. Well, let's just do a final sort of yes. Also managed to glue some cards on there. Not really, but... And we have something that I can drill and screw into to keep everything in place. And that feels, yeah, this feels nice. The width is good. Buttons 1, 2, 3, 4. For some reason the camera hasn't frozen. That's great. So joystick here, buttons here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Let's not screw on the bottom just yet and make sure that we have... Okay, I'm going to keep these piles because we're going to use those at the bottom as well. Let's see now. Let's just double check. We have a little bit of space. Yeah, it's a little bit tight. That's good, because once we screw these in, we should be good to go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sand down the edge here, but that I'm just gonna do by hand. So let's do drill bit, battery. Did I use the other? No. Oh, these are metal. Yeah, those are metal drill bits. Where's all my wood bits at? Where's all my tiny little wood drill bits? I really need to get another set of drill bits because this is high-speed steel. That's not what I want. And I suspect my proper drill bit box is at the cabin, which is almost always the case. Oh, no matter. We'll just use the metal drill bits for now. Find the smallest one, 3.2, no, 3, 2.5, 2, I broke those. This is the one. There we go. We are ready to... No, it didn't freeze. Cool. Great. So just going to make sure that this... See, this is where a lot of woodworkers do a lot of these things just to get everything right. Well, most of the time, all you have to do is just wing it. This metal drill bit, no. We're not using metal drill bits. I have to have some smaller drill bits somewhere. Well, I do. It's at the cabin. But, as we all know, what goes to the cabin stays at the cabin and never comes back. And it's not here. Because this drill bit here was completely useless. We might just have to force it. Are those? Wait, those are metal. Those are wood. Oh. I do have another one. Here we go. Wood 3. I thought I had this here from last time. Now we should see something completely different happen, which is... There we go. And then we have a screwdriver over here and some smaller screws. That should work nicely. Maybe I should put the battery in. That will help. Oh, that's the wrong battery. Where's my proper battery at? Did I use? Oh, it's over here. Whoops. There we go. I didn't even countersink it. That's how much we're stunting all of this right now. Just winging it completely, not even countersinking things, and nothing breaks. Said no one. Let's just tighten this up a little bit more. There we go. Didn't I put some more of these screws over here? Or was that just a dream? No, we're definitely getting somewhere. We're getting stuff done. And here are some more screws. Let's take a couple of longer ones. Oops, that was the drill. So we're closing in on being able to do the layout and start drilling the holes for the buttons. See? See how nice that looks? There we go. Completely flush. Again, this is not a beauty contest winner of some sort. This is just a functional, simple prototype where we're just trying out sizing and trying out some kind of finish with the rounded corners. That one should be fine. Perfect. And then we have one left. So eyeballing the middle of a plywood sheet. Just eyeballing the middle of the plywood sheet works most of the time. And as long as you pre-drill, you're not going to get any cracked wood. It's all good. Oh, that tightened it up properly. Now I could do one each on the middle because there's, if you can see that, there's a little gap there. And I'm thinking that we should probably, are these the same or are these longer? Oh, these are a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to tighten those up just to make everything super rigid. And that should be about center. Again, we're not paying that much attention to aesthetics other than making it look neat. See? There we go. There. That looks nice. It's all good, all good. So just eyeballing like the center of the piece and eyeballing where we're hitting the plywood is going to be good enough. Got one final screw and in and out and tighten it down. See? Perfect. Yes. This is, oops, good. And it hasn't frozen yet. Why doesn't it freeze now? So looking at this and the height, let me just clean up. Let me just clean up a little bit on the table, because like so. That's how we do that. So this is a lot smaller than the one I previously had. It's just for comparison's sake. Pull this controller up here. Can you see? No, you can't see that properly. Like that. So this is like 3 centimeters shorter in height, which will make it much more enjoyable to put on the desk, but I can also have it on my lap. So now we need to figure out the button placement, and for that we need to go into the browser. And the big question now is we should have see, that was a Raspberry Pi Pico. There we go. What is that? Oh, that's right. So we have panel layouts. And panel layouts is a whole thing. As you can see from these different options here, you have the complete flat one. And I am looking to do probably the more spaced out one. I'm not quite sure which one I want. Or the one I have used, like, if you see this, the one in the middle of the picture right now, and then you have this one, which I don't like. It feels weird. The Sega layout Astro City. Sega layout for player 2, not interested in that because it's all the wrong angles. Sun was screwing, but oh, these are okay. So those are out. I think we're gonna go for the classic. Let's see what the difference is here. Space is added between the rows. I think that's yeah, I think this is the one we want. This is the one we want. Let me just minimize that a little bit. This is our layout. Now we only need to print this. Okay, it fits on an A4 paper. Question is, do I have ink in my printer or not? So it's all, hold on. Let's turn this into that, and that overhead cam into, now it makes sense. So the there and the overhead cam. And okay, it's still live. Let me just check my printer dialog. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the other room where the printer is and see if it's on. So the bad news is I'm out of printer ink on almost all the ink cartridges. The good news is I have printer ink, so I can switch them out. So it's just going to be a little while. Meanwhile, do I have anything that you can watch? No. That's nice. Yeah, I just saw your last message with a picture of the big screen and everything. That's the like I usually watch YouTube at home on the TV, relaxing and doing that. Let me just go and switch out the print cartridges and I'll be back. But yeah, I usually watch on the big screen and it feels so nice just to do that. So the black is out, and that is 525. Now, in the last couple of years, or actually since the pandemic, there we go. Since the pandemic, I almost haven't watched TV, like TV shows at all. I've just been watching YouTube on the TV when I get home for like half an hour, just relaxing. And let's see now, does it print? Does it print? It looks like it's printing. I did the smart thing a couple of weeks ago and bought a full set of ink cartridges. That's why we managed to save that situation. I need... What time is it? Oh, it's 10 p.m. Then it is time for a beer. I actually haven't eaten any dinner today. Well, I'm going to do that afterwards. That was good. Okay, so is the printer printing? And also, I gotta clean all of this up tomorrow because I'm not doing it today. So it's still warming up, which is, of course, always annoying when you use the printer like twice a week. It takes so long to warm up. But we're gonna put this on here, and then we're gonna mark it, and we're gonna drill it. And then we can start moving pieces over from that prototype to this slightly nicer prototype and get something functional going. I need to figure out where to put the screen, and I need to drill and saw a hole for that. So the big question is, should I put one button up in the corner? Yeah, that could probably be a thing. And should we stain it today? I think I have some teak stain. That would make it look nice. There we go. Is this the right size? It looks a little bit big. Where did I put my button? My button and my measuring stick. Oh, why is this so big? This is like way... I specifically told it to, hold on. Hold on. Print. So A4, plain paper. We don't want to fit it to frame. But I need to... okay, we need to open the document up in an online project that is millimeters, that is 300 dpi, that is 29.7 times 2100. That's an A4 paper, I think. Then we need to place this on top of that Now we're cooking with gas. Now, I know you can't see this. Sorry for that. So if I go to File and export as PDF, button layout, save, open the PDF, print that, and then go, no, I don't want to scale, actual size, print. Okay. So for some reason, when I opened the picture, it didn't open in like the size, so I had to take the image, open it up in a 297 millimeter by 210 millimeter page, which is an A4 page, then add the picture. Now we can print it out and see and measure if the measurements are correct. And that looks much, much better. Much better. So let's have a look at that and see if, for example, this is right. Let's put the lid on the super glue. So I have some for later. There we go. So, yeah. Now we're talking. This is exactly 36 millimeters. And this is exactly 59. So what I want to do is I need to cut this in two and place this over. Hopefully none of my screws are in the way. That would have been kind of stupid. So let's just slice that. And since I'm lazy, I'm just gonna do it with a regular knife. But let's try to do it the proper angle. So at least we can get it somewhat correct, like that. So we have our button, and that button goes there. And we want that to be close to the edge, but not all the way over. And I want my hand to be able to rest here. That's the edge. If you can you can see that here. So that's the edge. That's not comfortable. Here my hand is resting properly. But I can reach those three buttons. That feels about like you would normally play, you would normally play placing your hand like that. And then you can hold it like that, because then the joystick hand goes like this. So that means that if we want some space from the top, and this goes here, you would have that and that. That goes there. That's not bad. That feels about like I'm on the edge but not touching it, and I can play it like, where do I want the joystick? Here, because then I could do that when playing Street Fighter. At the dentist? What? Sometimes, like looking at it, I keep forgetting to look at the chat. I keep forgetting to look at the chat because I'm just so into figuring this out. Did it? No, it didn't freeze. So, sorry about that, but I keep forgetting the chat. Yeah. You've seen me try to figure out where I want to place my hands, and I think this is it, because looking at that, yeah. And do we have enough clearance on the side for this to look good? On the top, a little bit more clearance on the top than the side, and my hand is not touching the bottom edge. So I'm not touching the bottom edge down here when I hold it like that. This feels natural, and it feels supportive. And we could push it up a little bit like that. I think we got it. I think we got it. And that feels like we're at 3 centimeters to the center exactly. And a little bit below, so we're gonna twist it just a tiny bit like that. And let's check it again. Like, I'm being very sloppy with some of these measurements, but at the same time, I do take my time to do some of them properly. So here we are, and the side, and I also do like round numbers. Oh, that is center of that button and the center of that button, if you can see that, is exactly 3 centimeters from the side. And it's exactly 3 centimeters from the top. And that was by eye, I tell you. This felt right, and now that I control measure it, it's exactly 3 centimeters. This feels good. All my fingers not touching the side. This is where it's at. Now I'm going to find my hole punch or something similar. That should be in yep. So the center here is like so. Then we do this is probably the worst hole punch in the world. Like 4 out of 5 times it doesn't catch like it's supposed to load the spring and then punch it down. So I'm just brute forcing, like it. Oh, it's so bad. But for some reason, it's the only one that's available in like every shop in Oslo, everywhere. I really want a nice, proper hole punch, because I'm using it quite a lot, and having something that actually reacts and does what it's supposed to do every time would be super nice. But it's not supposed to happen, I think. So we need to figure out what we're going to do with the joystick. There we go. There's a couple of more buttons to go, and yeah. Right now I have no idea what I'm going to do with the little screen, because it's going to have to be below the wood. I can't really put it on top of the wood. And okay, let us see now. This is more or less 7 centimeters down. Big question is, how far to the side do I want it? This is gonna be tricky. Oh, I think I know. I think I know how to figure this one out. So I'm gonna bring this over here. Just put it on top-ish. Like so, yeah. So when I have my hand here, it touches a line on the side here. This feels good, this feels natural. I can see where that line is. So by measuring, that's 6 millimeters. I'm measuring 6 millimeters in there. 8. I love it when we get round. I love it when we get round numbers. It just feels like something is correct. So 8 from the edge should give us a perfect placement. I hope everything works when I put it together again. So that is, oh, talk about getting things to perfectly align. When I do that and measure from the end here, it's almost perfectly at 8. So if we do, so that means the joystick is here, and then I can feel the edge. So if we move it just a tad bit like that, and then push it back in until it hits 8 at the dot. There we go. So that's 8. And it's what from the top? 7. 7 from the top, 8 from the left. Perfect. And that feels, that's where the joystick, yeah. That is perfect. I'm gonna do that before I forget. Oh yeah. So we have our buttons, and to make sure that I don't miss them, we are going to circle them where we know there's going to be, this is going to be drilled out. Then this one. The big question now is, where do we put the start button, and where do we put the, so we have coin, credit, and start, as in player 1. I don't, for this one, need a player 2 button, so there's no point in putting it in there. I want the function button so that I can assign, when I only use these 4, I can assign other features, functions to these 4 buttons as well, like 4 different other functions, as well as holding down the function button and getting 4 more. So that would be, if I'm only using 3 or 4 of these, then I can have 8 other functions. And that's part of why I'm building this. Yeah, this feels, this feels good. I could put 2 buttons up here. And I could, whoops, not the beer, just the screw, the drills. So following that line, I could put 2 buttons somewhere up here. And that would give us, I'm just thinking both in my head as well as, I think I'm gonna wait until I've drilled the other holes. So this hole here is what, 12 plus 9. What type of size is that? I know what these are. Oh, 9. Oh, of course, from top to middle, from center to top is 12. So this is 24. This is a 24. Yeah, I think I have a bit for that. So with everything else done, then when we drill all of those up, then I can figure out if I want them centered between that and that, having 2 buttons here, and then 1 over there, because that would give us a nice line up there. And since I'm using this space and that space, it does give me, like, if I put the screen there, that would be useful. The thought process is hurting my brain. See, this is where sometimes I just stop doing projects. When you get to the point where you have to make a decision, and that decision will either destroy everything you've done for the last, what, 3 hours? 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. Yeah, 3, like, they've been going at it for 3 hours. And the placement of those 2 buttons. So if I put the screen there, I know I won't be using the screen that much. It's there for a boot up image. It's there for just checking the buttons if you have you kind of think they might not be working. So having like credit and player 1 start makes sense, because credit, start, play. Credit, start, play. Function from the joystick and do something here. You're good to go. I could do button, button, screen. Let me show you. So if there's a button here, right? And then around here and here, there will be 2 buttons for player 1, player 2. I can't put them on the side here because that's where the joystick is. So up here, I could have a function button. I'm not going to touch that, so that's not going to be a problem. Having 2 buttons here for credit and start, not a problem. Screen here. That would make it sort of a centerpiece almost. But since my hand is here, I can't put it down here. I can't put it up there. I could put it down here, but then what use would that be? Okay, we'll drill these out and figure out what we do next. And that means it's time for Drillbert to make his appearance. So Drillbert is the newest big tool I got in the shop. And he is very useful. Probably not going to make much sense to... I just hope... is this the one I'm going to use? No, that's too big. Which bit did I use for... Well, that's a bit small, isn't it? Well, I drilled those holes before. No, it's this one. What? Hold on. Let me get my calipers. Where's my calipers at? Or caliper. Calipers. Caliper. Where's that? Ah, there we go. It's always there, somewhere. So the button is 29.5. And my bit is, well, 29.8. Ah, okay. So it is the right bit. But this is... This is the 30-bit. Yeah. Numbers, 35, 30, 30, 30 millimeter. That's how we roll. So we're going to be using this bit here. And we need drill bit. I knew I was going to use Drillbert, but I managed to build him into this nook. I really need to make this shop a little bit more functional. It's not going to be, I mean, the overhead camera right now is, yeah, that's not going to be very functional. Let's zoom in on the side here, shall we? Like that, probably. Yeah. I mean, how are we doing on power on the microphone? Last time we had to, well, we're 1/3 down. Okay, well, it's probably gonna... Yeah, what happened to the stream there? There's some weird stuff going on with the stream, or with the... Yeah, something. Yeah. Let's just do that. Switch the bit out. Yeah. And lock it in. Yep, there we are. Now I need something to put this on so that we don't get any blowouts. We need a piece of 2x4, something slightly big. Where did I put all my 2x4s? My little 2x4 pieces. Are we... No. Do I have to go into the secret wood storage? Yeah, let's go and get a piece of wood. That's always a good... I'm not going to use the cam for this one. Hopefully I can find something that's not hidden way too far into... If you hear me scream, then I'm stuck in here, and somebody should probably call the Norwegian 911. I really need to spend a day or two. I really need to just get this organized. Where's my 2x4s at? Is that one? Let me try to... It's a good thing I didn't bring the camera. Okay, so this is a little... this should be fine. Whew. Now, let us hope that this is tall enough and wide enough. Yes. Perfect. Of course, now it's all... Yeah. It should be fine. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to... This drill, like this one from Bosch, it's really good, but I hate it. Or I hate one feature of it, and that is this one. if you can see it, can you see it here? No. Let me try to lower it down. It has one major flaw. And that is, it comes into, does it, yeah, now you see it. Yes. This lever right here, where you use it to loosen up so you can use a wheel to move the head up and down, and then when you lock it in, it's plastic. So for some reason, at some point, very like 3 or 4 weeks after I got it, it just, like the traces inside holding this just disintegrated completely, meaning that it almost doesn't grab onto the screw, so I have to use a spanner, or at some point I will make a new handle for it, but right now okay, this should be fine. Great. Now I need to, this is, oh yeah, with the drill. Yeah, the drill is, like, everything about it is great. It does wobble a little bit on the head, on the drill head. It does wobble just a tiny bit, like a tiny bit of wobble. There's like some play there. And it's not the super expensive, like it costs money, but I got it for like my, 50th birthday, I think. But for some reason, these two handles, this one is fine because I don't lock the head that often, but this one, just all the little plastic traces inside the handle just disintegrated. But if I use a spanner, which is a really good solution, by the way, because you get a much better grip and it doesn't bottom out, it doesn't just slide around. Let's see now if we can get some lights and lasers going. And then place this on the right spot. So we're not drilling. Now this is important. This 30mm here is only used for the buttons, and we use a smaller one for the stick so that the stick has enough play, but it doesn't need as much space. So let's make sure we have this lined up properly for the first hole. Almost. Yeah, that should be fine. So just a little bit to the left. There we go. There we go. And then we set the speed. We want it on high torque. Not too fast, because we're doing wood. Okay, so how is the noise going to be? That went quite well, and I don't think we have any blowout. Let me just get rid of this. So I don't have to vacuum. Yeah, look at that, look at that. Let me just switch over to the, having these two cameras. Yeah, look at that. That's a perfect. Actually, let me switch back to See that? Oh yeah. That is a perfect size, perfect. Oh yeah. This will be nice. Then we'll just switch back to making sure we're well placed. It's a bit wobbly. I should have probably had. So that is a good like that. That might have been a little blowout, but not much. Not much at all. And we can just move this over here and we should be fine for the next one. Let's just find our center point. That's not the center point. There we are. Oh, Pelton, hi. I'm going for, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm going for, hold on, let me show you. Where is our window capture? There we go. Oh, look here. This one. That's the layout we're going for. Yeah, so it's let me see if I can find the browser window I was using. That's the live stream. There's that, and then there's, hold on. There we go. So yeah, I was thinking what I'm doing with the layout is what was the difference again? Yeah, so this one that's right in the middle of the picture right now, with some extra space added between the rows. So this is the same as that one, but with a little extra space. This gets too crazy for me because I don't sit, like, my hands are out, splayed out to the side. So having it this way and then some slight space between them. Yeah, a hoary one. I'll show you the reason. I can show you the reasoning later on when I'm done with the drilling. But the way that I hold my hands, that feels, the hoary one feels the most natural. So yeah. Auxiliary buttons is probably for the credit and start button. I'm putting it between the joystick. Like, I'm gonna, when I show you, I'll show you the board when I'm done drilling, because right now the drill is in the way. So it's kind of hard. But I'm doing a wider layout than what's normal because my hands are, because of my build, my hands are slightly further, like naturally further from each other. So a regular fight stick, things are a little bit too close. So for comfort, So for comfort, I'm placing the stick further to the left than on the basic drawing. And that gives me enough room for my hands to be somewhat naturally placed on the side. So I can show you, hold on. Yeah, right there. So this is going to be the joystick. And then I'm going to do the two of the auxiliary buttons here. Then I'm going to put a function button up here, so it's not in the way when I'm playing with the joystick. But that allows me to control some extra functions on these, which I normally don't use unless I play Street Fighter and a couple of other games. So mostly I'm going to be using the bottom 2 or 3 buttons, which means that I can use a function button to access some extra features on these buttons up here. And then by having a wider, if you compare to this would be the normal stick layout. Yeah, there we go. So that would be the joystick, like if you put that up here, the joystick would normally be here, right? But I'm putting it all the way over here. And that gives me space for at least 2 buttons up here for credit in player 1. Then maybe put the screen there or here, like way down here. Might put the screen there, not quite sure. And then I can have a couple of auxiliary buttons down here if I need them. Don't know yet. So that's what I'm going for. Oh, these are going to be close. Oh, we're going to be fine. Like that, yeah. There's space enough. So let's just get this drilled out and yeah. This is coming out very clean. I mean, oh yeah, hold on. Even on the underside, it's super clean. I am very happy with that. Let's switch over to, oops. So let's do that, and then we'll do the next 4, and we should be golden. Well, yeah, well, of course, we need the joystick and the 2 auxiliary buttons. And then we'll figure out how we're going to cut the square hole for the screen, because I don't have a... We're probably going to drill it out and just sand whatever we need to. Just sand it into a nice square, maybe with some rounded corners, just keeping the drill hole corners. And this is absolutely not the way you should do woodworking in terms of lining things up and keeping things stable, but we're winging it, and it's janky, and it's fine. I should really get a new 2x4 just to make sure that the blowout doesn't happen. But it's pretty clean underneath. But we're running out of flat 2x4 space, and I can't be bothered to go into the back room and find some more wood. Or some more stable wood. Where are we? Oh, that's the one. Yeah. This is the only problem with woodworking, is that it's so damn messy. There's just so much wood and stuff going everywhere. And that would be fine if I had like a workshop that was only a workshop and not a roller skate shop, as well as a office, as well as a tiny little skate park. But we make it work. So let's see if we can get this final one down, like so. Yep, there we go. Yeah, laser cutting is something at some point when I become a millionaire, or at least more wealthy, I might consider. At the same time, there's just a couple of things you can do with wood that you can't really do with laser cutting. But for enclosures and stuff like that, I mean, it's so much simpler. There's just something nice about just physically drilling into shit, you know? Okay, so we're gonna switch to a smaller diameter bit. For this, we're gonna need 24, and what I have is a 25, I think. For the joystick. Wait, what? 30, 35, 30, 20, oh, right. 25. That's the one. Yep, perfect. Unlock, unscrew. Oof, that's hot. Oh, come on. And then we have to figure out the exact placement of the auxiliary buttons. Do I really want to go and get another piece of wood? I really should. Why don't I have any more 2x4s over here? Okay, hold on. I really don't want any blowout on the joystick pin, so I'll go and get another piece of 2x4, unless I have something stashed over here. No, that was something completely different. And this pile, nope. So the thing is, I have plenty of 2x4s, like little pieces here and there, and most of them are just in a big pile in the back of the woodworking room. Really? Come on. Why can't I have, like, I've been moving 2x4s around for like months now. And when I need one, they're all gone. That's like the stupidest thing ever. Oh, there's one on the floor. No, that's... Well, it could be, if I can move that. Now, this is like radio. Good old-fashioned, old-school radio. There we go. Perfect. This is going to get us a lot of mileage. It's a really nice 2x4, though. I shouldn't really drill it to pieces, but there we go. Like so. Let's get this joystick. Oh, let's align it a little bit better so we don't have any blowout, and we're at right at, oops, that was not the center. That's the center. Yeah. There we go. Now for the auxiliary buttons. Here is our layout so far. Kind of janky showing it like this, but so my thinking is those two buttons there at the same height. These two buttons here at the same height as these two. So basically these two buttons here for auxiliary, for credit, and start player one. And then placing the same distance, 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters from the left in the corner here. That will give us some balance there, 2 here, and then either more buttons or screen here. Yeah, for me, like, since it's only like, well, auxiliary, we might be talking about two slightly different things, but for credit and player one, of course, those are 30 millimeters. And right now, I don't need or use any of the other buttons other than putting in money and starting the game. So turbo and some of the other features don't really need them for most of the stuff I'm doing. But did something freeze now, or no? I just kept it very still. Or did I? No. Right, so all of those, like the mode switchers and everything, I'm probably going to do those with either the function key. So I'm either going to use the function and some of these just to do, but again, I'm only using, or 99% of the time, I'm only using X input, unless I switch to keyboard mode, which I could probably do with a function in one of these. But again, this is not the final box. This is a slightly nicer box than the really bad one. The sort of the prototype I did for the first stream. This is a slightly nicer, better one, which means that there will be a final build. I might not do that live because that's going to take a lot of time just measuring and just making things really, really nice. But I might do it live anyway. So right now I'm going to, let me just zoom that out. So my thinking is, let's just zoom it in a little bit as well. There we go. So my thinking here is, that. So here's the joystick. Here's the button row. And my hand goes very naturally at this angle for these buttons. And as well as my hand here for the joystick. That comes across like this. So having the joystick here and the buttons here, that makes for a very, very relaxed. I'm not touching the edges here. My hand is resting there. If I need to, I can also hold it up. I don't touch this button here because I'm playing like that. And I have easily access to these as well as these. So enough palm rest and slightly bigger than normal. By doing that, having the select or credit and player up here, placing them as close as these two. If I were to do, that's way too close. So if one was there, would that feel natural? So what I'm thinking with the spacing is if I continue the spacing of, let's see, if this is aligned here, and then we do one here, but down there. Let's just get this right. That's too far down. Yeah, there we go. So by aligning these like that, and then putting the other one there. See how that looks. That's too much to the side. I'm just gonna eyeball it. Crazy boy is gonna eyeball it. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I am eyeballing the placement of the two credit and player one. Start. Yep, that's what I'm doing. I want it here and here. Now, if I control measure that from the center there, we're at 5.5, and that's 7. Distance here is 4. Oops. So I could, hold on. That's 4, 5, 6, 5.5. Just see what that looks like. This is, I mean, this is kind of hard to show on camera, unless of course I do like that and move this because I can. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's not janky at all. So my thinking is one button here and one button there, because it's out of the way of the joystick and it's out of the way of these and it's on the same line, horizontal line, as these two top buttons here. Oh, actually, hold on. That's the distance. The distance between those two are 36 millimeters. Yes, right. So all I have to do is, this is 18. No, that's not going to work. Darn. Well, no, hold on. That's not 18. That's, well, that's 18. And that's, Okay, but still, that is 18. That's completely... Because we don't want it centered. We want it centered in between these two. And that is... What, 11? The choice is 11, which means 5.5 is the middle. And that's there. And 36 is 15. No, the middle of 36 is 15 plus 3 is 18, which means that here there is 6. You know what? I think we have audio back. Just to make everything a little bit harder, the mic lost power. Yeah, unavailable, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. It should be charging, yeah. Now the audio should be back. And just to show you, I am now charging the phone, and or I'm charging the mic, and we need to put it on something. Now it has a magnet like that. Is the audio okay? Even though it's a little bit further away. Having that magnet thing is actually not that bad. I could, hold on. No, that's not gonna work. It's not long enough. Sorry about that pop. Okay, so it's back and it should be fine-ish. So let's figure out where I need to remove. Right now we have yeah. Right now the mic is over here, stuck to. Oh, it should be charging. It should be charging now. And a green light, yeah. So it's charging, and it's stuck over here on the drill. Let's see now. So if I put it here, the distance from there and here, and there's going to be a larger, so that's this much, that much. I feel like it should be slightly over here. Like by that much. It's kind of hard to say. It feels like it's. You know what? I'm going to do there and there. That feels right, and that feels right. And the distance from the top is 3 and 3, which means let's do that, and then we can fix it if 3 centimeters. 3 centimeters, and these are exactly 3 as well. Yeah. That feels right. Let me just move the mic out of the way, and we'll drill the last 2, but then we need to switch out. We need to switch out the bit again. There we go. Locked in place. So, what we need to do. Oops. Wasn't right where we wanted it. Come on. There we go. There we go. So 2 more holes and then a final one up in the corner. Now all we need to do is measure 3 down and 3 in on the corner here, and we should be good to go. So we're just doing 3 down. And that should probably be 1, 2, 3 in. Here. So 3 down from that. And we're golden. So now we have 2 here, 2 there, 1 there. And it feels kind of balanced. This should probably be the... Actually, it looks like it's almost the same distance from here to here, almost. So we're pretty close to where we should be. And this desk is starting to look worse and worse. Oh, that was not a big blowout. That was something else. Cool. So final hole for now, and we can start mounting things. We'll reattach the mic over here on the drill bit, which is kind of hot, but should be fine. We have a layout. And let's just have a quick feel. So joystick here, not touching the button, I hope. It's a little bit close, maybe. No, we should be fine. We should be fine. This here, this there. I think this can probably be a little bit lower on the final build. Because right now, yeah, it can probably be a little bit lower. But we should be good. We should be good. And this, player 1, player 2, those are fine. Yeah, I think we're there. I think we got it. Because that feels good. This feels good. And it shouldn't touching that at all. And credit and player 1. Yeah. We're ready to start mounting some buttons and stuff. But first, we need to clean up. Again. Because there's a lot of, like, yeah. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff there. So let's get the vacuum out. Let's move our... If I'm going to be drilling something for the screen, I'm going to do that with a hand, with this one. Yeah. So where can I put this now? I mean, it's charging. It's impossible to say how much it's charging, so kind of just clip it here for now. Like that. Then I need to vacuum a little bit. And we can start looking at the buttons and transferring everything from the old prototype. So just hold on while I vacuum and make some noise, and I'll be right back. Whew. So we are ready to transfer the button and the joystick and get some stuff done. Sorry about the audio right now because I'm moving. Let's see, how can we do this? Can I just yank it on the power cable here? Like that? That's not shady at all. It's like literally... Yeah. Okay. So the mic is now clipped to the power cable going up to the GoPro Hero 3 Plus. That's not going to cause any issues at all at any point in time. Probably. We just need to charge it a little bit more. Should be fine. something. Okay. Yeah. We are ready to start moving things over. And we're going to figure out the bottom last. This is not going to be fun. This is going to be hell. Can I unscrew? I probably can. Unscrew the joystick and just screw it in place. I should be able to do that. And then just do each of the buttons. Let me take a reference. Let me take a reference photo. So yellow, blue, gray, red, white, green, I think. That should be enough. So the gray one, the blue one, the yellow, and the red, and the white, and the green. And then, of course, the ground just goes to in each one of them. Huh. Okay. This could be a little bit easier than I thought it would be. This could be. Where did I put my screwdriver? There we go. Yeah, let's do this. Oops. So we're transplanting. If you're new to the stream, let me know and I'll fill you in on what we've done so far. Right now we're transplanting our joystick and 6 buttons and to the credit and start button as well. The utility, I hope the thickness, yeah, I think the thickness should be the same. So it should be fine with the screws I have. This is sort of a transplanting everything onto the new box before we put the bottom in. I'm not completely sure how we're gonna solve the bottom, because I want the bottom to be detachable, and on the final one I'm gonna figure out, probably we're gonna do the microcontroller. If that's, yeah, that's in the picture. The microcontroller, I need a breakout board for it. And then I need to do some screw terminals. And I should probably be able to put that here somewhere, if it doesn't get in the way of the screen. Depends on where I put the screen. I'm going to have 2 buttons up there, so it's a lot to think about. Oops. Yeah, and I need to unscrew the ball top as well. 4 screws, a couple of shims. Did I... Yeah, this ball top is quite loose. There we go. Ah, it's off. So the question now is, how am I gonna do this next part? Maybe just like that. Oh, I did not. Ooh, that was lucky. That was... Oh, no. Oh. Minor misconfiguration there. Minor misconfiguration. Let's see. What happens if I put this... Okay. I did not think about the bottom plate. And that comes into this hole over here. Let me see if I can... Oops. So what's going on right now, this stick was mounted like that. And see here? Pops out of this hole here. What I think I can do is put this over on the side. Like that. And it won't be a problem. I just need to remap those 4 sticks. I just need to remount. Oh, oops, it's shaking. Sorry. My cap is getting in the way. So I just need to rotate it 90 degrees. And then I need to move the 4. So right, left becomes up, down. And up, down becomes right, left. It should be fine. Then we're in the clear. Yeah, because then it doesn't even come close to those other buttons. Phew! That was a potential disaster that turned out to be solvable. Let's just get that out of the way. Before I do that, do I want to move the buttons? Could I just move one button at a time? I think I can. Hold on. No, I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Because the hardness for the ground doesn't matter. As long as I can connect the right pins for the action, we should be golden. If I can get it out. That's another question. There we go. So this one goes here. And if I can sneak that... yeah. If I can sneak that underneath and up, we should be golden. Like so. And then we'll just attach that. And put this down, and we're good. Perfect. Next one, we detached ground. Let's see if I can... yeah. Let's detach the ground. And then the blue one. Get this out. Sneak that underneath. And up. And reattach it. And we're good. It can't be that easy. It can't be that easy. Something has to go wrong. At some point, it has to go wrong. So the black one, oh, that one is stuck in there. Do I have something I can use, like a flathead screwdriver? Because that was stuck in there well and good. Preferably a smaller flathead. I mean, I gotta have a smaller flathead. No, I can use one of these tiny ones, yeah. That kind of helped. Yeah, there we go. That was the yellow one. So now, no, yellow. Well, yellow wire, black. Okay, that was 3 buttons down, 3 to go. Unplug the harness. And then take out the green signal wire. If this works first try, I'm gonna be a happy camper. I'm probably gonna have... Sorry for the mumbling, but we're probably gonna have to redo the wiring just to make it all nice and pretty. But that's much easier when everything is in place. There we go. Like that. Grab onto the second to last button. Oop, what did happen there? Oh, well, that's not bad. The white one. Now the final ground pin, and then the final signal pin, which is the red one. And we're free of the shackles. There we go. And we're done with our old board. I'm gonna put this old sticker with some instructions on the side here. Perfect. Okay. So that's transferred. Now we can do this. And I need something to put underneath here. We can use our 2x. Oh, that was great. 2x4 here and a 2x4 here, and everything is off the ground. Now, our joystick doesn't have to be... Now, of course, we want it as centered as possible. Oh, is that thing gonna be a problem? Hold on, let me... Yeah, you see here? It might come... Well, it won't come in contact with the button. but it could be tricky to get it off. So I could just orient the joystick the other way, and that would probably make it better. So let me just mark the closest distance here, and the furthest away. You see what I'm going for, right? By doing that, we have a midpoint that is right about there. So then we push all the way to the right and all the way to the left. And we have a halfway point there and there. And that should be approximately as centered as we need it to be for these to go in, and then do some final adjustments. Yeah, I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm gonna make a hole in the center of each of these, because then we have some space to move it back and forth and up and down. So by putting that on the side, we then need to figure out what is up and what is down, but that shouldn't be a huge problem. We just need to move some pins around. Up and down, move some pins around. Let's see if we can get this to enter. Hopefully the thickness of this plywood is the same as the old board, so I don't get screws coming through. That's why I have the spacers. Can we move it? Yes, we can. Well, at least a little bit. So we're just going to do 2 screws, turn it over, check the alignment, tighten them down, and then we do the second pair of screws, because there's no point in putting 4 screws in there and hassling them all around. Well, we got space to move. So I'm not gonna. Oh, that's pretty much spot on. Now that's more for my own pleasure than anything else. And while we're back here, we're gonna switch the restrictor plate. So I can't feel anything coming through, so it should be good there. And then we'll just do a slight adjustment over there and tighten that down. And that is clean as well, no screws poking through. Now for those of you, or that of you who are the only one watching right now, the restrictor plate is this thing here. No, that didn't make, yeah. See that plate there? That plate has 4 corners. If you're playing old school games, like Pac-Man, you want to turn this inner ring here 45 degrees so that you have a straight right, left, up, down, or up, down. Because the square that's there then turns like that, which means that the stick goes into that corner, right, left, up, down. An octagonal restrictor plate has the right, left, up, down, as well as the 4 corners, because for fighting games, Splatterhouse, whatever, that makes it a lot easier to just lock the stick in either to each side, up and down, or one of the 4 corners. So we're going to switch that out before we turn this over again. Oh, the crunching of wood. Hopefully this is straight now. it's not going through, and it's tight down there. This is slowly, I mean, we're almost ready to test. We are almost ready to test it. Just to make sure that everything works properly. We have our little harness here, which I should maybe turn a couple of those buttons around, but we're gonna do this on the inside here, underneath the gray one, like that. And then we're going to put each of these little pins. I know it's kind of hard to show you all of these details here. I'm going to make, like, I should probably have said this at the beginning and then I forgot. But I will be making a proper video of how to rig everything with a harness, how to basically build a proper controller when we made sure that everything works as it's supposed to. So these live thingies, these live streams are just for fun and just to, well, you know, try out live streaming. So we do final one there. So all of these should be connected now. Let's look at our two utility buttons. So we have that one. These are not Sanva buttons. I will replace them, but for now I'm just using them since they're not crucial for functionality. So we have the orange one, which is what? Is that, oh, that's the ground from the joystick, which was orange for some reason. So that's ground and that's ground. White is, so blue is S1, which is credit. Credit to the left. So how is this going to be? The joystick is here, credit to the left. This is going to be credit, fine. Let's unplug these. Like that, and then we just put it in here. And should we do it under or over? Let's do it under. So we have credit to the left. I mean, we can always switch them over, but it's better to do it right the first time around. And then we have this one, which is now properly wedged. Oh, come on. That's a bit hard to get. There we go. This one is... Is there any way to make this... Get this? Oh, this is a mess right now. But it'll do, it'll do. Like that, and then we'll do, yep, ground, and then we'll do signal, and that should be it. Really, that should be it. Oh, I forgot one thing. I like to okay, having the wire, the connection wire, the USB wire in the front is usually the best way to, well, connect it to computer. Now I can't put my card in the front underneath here. So we're gonna have to snake our way through that, which means I'm charging with one cable. I'm using the other cable for something. Is this still charging? Yeah, it's... I can probably do that right now and put it back on me. So this is quite a stiff cable, and I'm using the other one for, yeah, for the receiver. So the big question now is, how are we going to do this? And what are we going to do about the screen? Well, I have no idea right now. Let me have a look at that screen. So it has an edge. Maybe I'll just make something out of cardboard and build around it. That could be fun. But what are we going to do with this little puppy here? So where is my... Because right now we're going to have to do something like this. Turning it upside down, and maybe gravity will hit and do us a dirty. It is tall enough to fit there on the side. And we need to put on our last button over here. But we could put it on the side, but then all the wires are going to pull quite hard, and it's a little bit too tall. The other thing we could do is fasten it here upside down, or we could fasten it to the bottom plate where where did I put that? Oh, it's under here. I'm gonna just check clearance. Yeah, we have clearance. Let me show you. This is almost like push fit clearance. Is something gonna fall out? No. Yeah, look at that. We got clearance. We got clearance. And doing it that way, if you see, do you see over here? Let me show you. See that? That's a microcontroller. It's almost pressed in there. So I think the cables are going to stay in place. I don't think that's the good way to do it. If we just do... Well, that... I can just put it the other way around and push it down like that. And then we can put this in place. And that will keep everything kind of where they should be. So let's do... let's find our box. It's here. So we have 2 blue, yellow, we have 2 white, which I was thinking I could use for, instead of these 2 red ones. Maybe we should just take the blue one as a utility button right here, as a function button, and say we're happy with that. I think that's going to be fine. Let me do the let me show you. These are the restrictor plates. So you can see a normal one right here. This is the normal configuration. And then you can turn, it can be switched 45 degrees like that, so the joystick hits the corners going sideways, up and down sideways. This, on the other hand, is octagonal. And that is much better for play. So we'll switch this out straight away. Yeah. So that, and that, and this. Perfect. And then we're going to replace it with this, and that's all there is to it. There we go. Restrictor plate changed. I'm not going to wire up the function button right just now. I am, however, going to insert 4 screws for the bottom plate so that we have something to keep everything together and safe. And then I need to figure out a way to keep this still. And then we need to figure out where to put that. You know what? I'm gonna take the screen off. I'm just gonna mark the tape pieces here and take the screen off for now, so I don't have to worry about that. And put everything together and try it out. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. If I can find my marker, which I put over here so I could find my marker. Okay, so we have the one marked start is SDA. So SDA. The other one is SCL. SCL. And then I need to put some tape on the last 2 for ground and voltage. And I think I put some tape over here as well. This will make it so much easier to just get them right. So this one is ground. G and D. Now I know the other one is VV volt, but like that. Just to make sure that we don't forget. It makes everything easier when we try to do it again in a couple of days. And of course, all these wires are just temporary wires, so final assembly is going to be much cleaner. So we can take all of these off and don't worry more about them. And then I'll find that little... Okay, so if everything is now still... Okay, something has come loose. What are you? Where are you from? You are from blue. And that, if that's the only one, that is quite spectacular. So you are connected to blue. Oh, you're the select button, are you? Yes, you are. Okay. I just need to look up the pin up, the pin up, the pin out. So select is hold on, which one are you? So S1, S2, 16 and 17. Ah, right. then I know where you go. If I can just find you again. Ah, there we are. So 16 and 17, and there is one missing on 16. So we'll chuck that back. Flip you over. Hope everything stays in place. This is like the stupidest thing to do right now. And where did I put the... Oh, of course. I need a bigger workbench. I never thought I'd say that, but I definitely need a bigger workbench. Let's just cram everything in there. Oh no, we need the cable. Cable. Where did I put the cable? Here we go. And where is our little dongle that I put somewhere? Oh, here we are. So neat and tidy-ish. We will do like so. Put you upside down over here. Put the lid on, or the bottom. And we should be good to test, and then put a couple of... Ooh, crap. Right. Should probably have put the ball top on before I... Yeah, that feels good. Now there is a... Well, it's in there all right. It's... Sorry, I forgot to turn this off. Look at that. So what I did, is basically just cram this in here upside down. Let me get one of those screwdrivers. I just want to tighten down the joystick to be sure. There we go. So all we've done here right now, put this upside down. Hopefully everything stays in place. We put on the cable and the little thingy there. And we need to reconfigure... I just remembered. We need to reconfigure the four joystick cables. Ooh. Let's bring up... Yeah, I'm not gonna bring up the chart. So up, down, right, left. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see. What have we done? We took what was up. How did I do this? You know what? I'm just going to plug it in, and then we'll see with the joystick tester. Okay, let me throw that up on the screen. You can see what I'm doing now, right? Or you could see. So here's the joystick tester, the gamepad tester. Papa Bear, can you see now? There should be like audio whenever there's a new, oh, that would be a top annoying. Yeah. So let's see now. If I push up, why is it not doing anything? Right. Let's see now. Oh, hold on. There we go. There we go. So up is now left. So if up is left, GP40-CE pin diagram. Let's see now. If I can find the right one. I think that's it. No, it's not. There we go. Okay. So when I'm pressing up, it goes left. And that's the one that's... So that means that GP5 needs to go into GP2. So GP5 needs to go into GP2. Now if I go left, it goes down, and down is GP3. Okay, so I just need to shove them around. Cool. So I took the bottom one in GP5 and put into 2. So 2 goes into 3, 3 goes into 4, and 4 goes into 5. Which means I should be able to yank these 2 out. That goes in 2. And then yank these 2 out and put them one off. And then the final, oh, now you can't see what I'm doing, can you? Sorry, too much things to think about. There we go. Right. So all the wires have now been pushed one down except the bottom one, which took the place of the first, because these four are in sequence. Like that. Now, let's see. So I might have mixed two of them out. It's almost. So up. Okay, I switched two of them around, I think. So put that there and this one over here and make sure that one is properly inserted. Now let's see. Up and is that right? Well, almost. Oh, good Lord. Hold on. So now I'm checking right. Right is GPI. Four. So right is now down, which means that right is down. So right is on 3 and should be on 4. Okay, let's try that again. Up. So up and right. And now I need to switch. So now I need to switch left and down. Okay? Left and down is 3 and 5. So switch 3 and 5. So 3, so putting 5 into 3 and 3 into 5. Now we should be cooking with gas. Switch back to the tester and up, down, right, left. Alrighty then. Now, what we'll do is we'll turn this upside down. And just stuff these in here for now. Those are the ones for the screen, remember. Then we'll friction fit the bottom. We're closing in here, people, for the big game test. We have some cables sticking out both here and there. And the, well, not grand reveal necessarily, but we now have a joystick with a, that looks kind of, let's see now on these. The tape here is, do these buttons work? Let me just see. There we go. Why is the analog joystick all wonky? Down. Those buttons are all good. They seem to be the right. And this one isn't connected. Just give that a quick test again. Let me show you. So we have left, right there, that. Left, right, up, down. The analog one is, yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that off in the config. Let me do that real quick. Did we just, so S2, hold on. Does it not make a sound? Okay, let me do the web config thing. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now we're in the web config, and let me just go to configuration and add-ons and turn off analog because we're not using that. I did do a test, so reboot into controller. Let's see if we can play a game. Let's see if we can play a game. So we're just starting up, firing up MAME to see if we can play a game. What happened right now? Oh, there we go. Okay, we are having some trouble with MAME. But now, let's see. Let's see. Okay, let me open it up windowed and let's see if we can get this on screen. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Two seconds and look at that. So big question is, if I put this on my screen here, that's not. Why is it tiny? Sorry, you guys don't see this, but let me just do that. Okay. So let's see if we can insert some credits. Is there Oh, Pelsinen. That was because I was using a pot meter on the analog input of the left joystick when I was testing a couple of days ago, just to see if I could get it to read the signals, basically. And then it was set to auto config, and it was on. Because I was not really thinking that a spinner would spin by using a voltmeter, because it wouldn't. But just testing to see if I could actually read the signals, which I could. So when I had it to auto config and smoothing out, I could actually use a pot meter to control the left analog joystick, right and left, which of course is what it is. So that was just a quick test of that thing. Well, let's see now. Can we insert some credits using the credit button? Or did I not map those up? No, they were mapped up. Did I? So which one is? Let's see now. So how are we going to do this? If I'm going to show you how... for some reason, we don't have credit 1 and... Oh, that's right. I haven't mapped it up in this one. Right, okay. Let me quickly go into... window. I'm just checking the settings because I haven't mapped out the buttons. Button. Credit and select. So, money. What, Joy 1 back? That's not Joy 1 back. Okay, let's see now. There we go. La, da, da. So, can I play this from across the room? Like, if you look at what I'm... Hold on. Like, I'm sitting here right now, and the screen is way over there. So I'm going to try to play Bubble Bobble remotely. Let's do that. There we go. Is there any sound from the game coming through? Is the sound coming double or... Hold on. Let's escape out. Okay. You can still hear the game. I need another one of these. Let's see now if we can get some action going on here. Now, watching the screen. Okay, this is working as it should. Left button, bubble. There we go. Hot dog stick. See if we can get some. This seems to be working just fine. Burgers. This game here is something because it was at the local snack bar, I do have a couple of hours on this game, to say the least. Get some letters. Really, really hard to play when the screen is a meter and a half to the left of you. That's kind of like I have no perception of space. Let's see if we can do something here. Oh, we have the fries. Of course, the candy came just as we were leaving that place, so let's go back to that. Some more bubbles. Jump up here. More bubbles for 4. This seems to be working very well. Now I wonder if let's see. This is that's a lot of popsicles. Okay. This seems to be working just fine. Everything is good. So I'm gonna play this live on stream someday, pretty soon, but not now. Let's go back to our front cam. So we have And it's actually quite, this is actually quite nice to play on. It feels good. I can like rest my hands properly on this one. So this one I can put in my lap and play. Shouldn't be a problem at all. I have good reach for the keys up here as well. These are not in the way. This one, not in the way at all. I can easily push this blue button. Let me show you. So if you look at the hands. So for me, having my hands like this feels natural. And that means I have these 3 buttons and the 4 buttons. I can also move it slightly upwards and have easy access to all buttons like that. This does not get in the way when I'm playing with a joystick. That sounded wrong. Anyway. Our buttons work as they should. So let's see what happens if we put it in. So this is the one thing that I was waiting for to test out, which I haven't tested out yet. So we're doing it live. I'm just going to close down a couple of these windows here. Yes, we want to leave that. Do I have... Yes, I have everything I need there. Okay, so we're going to test one more thing before I sign off. First, I need to run to the bathroom again. Second time in, what, 4.5 hours? Or 4 hours. That's not bad. I wish I had something to leave you with. I need to come up with some kind of pause entertainment when I take a bathroom break. Some kind of pause stuff. I need to figure that out. But first, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 5. Actually, let me... like so. And we're back, or I'm back. And we're ready to test the final thing I'm going to test today. Away with that. Let's see, if I'm here, so I can switch between these two angles. So right now I can switch between these two angles by just pressing 9, no matter where I am. Right now I'm typing in the browser and it's switching, which means since OBS takes key input anywhere, we are going to go into, let's see now, if I go and push these 3 buttons. Is my headset on here for some reason? No. Right. Cool. Let me just show you something. Because right now it's set to, so these are the settings for, so we have GP2040, arcade, X input, etc. If you go to the settings, current input mode is X input. Generic HID, which means keyboard, not sure what advanced USB override is. So boot input mode, and I boot with B2 pressed, it goes into X input. I don't need that to go there, I need that to go here. Button 1 goes to generic HID when I boot it. No, R2 is keyboard. Oh, I can choose keyboard. Oh, okay. I haven't really really dug into this. So R2, but I don't have R2 hooked. So I'm going to put B1 as keyboard. Actually, I'm going to put B1 as X input and B2 as keyboard. That means that when I boot the microcontroller and hold B2, it should boot into keyboard mode. Now let's just switch this back to X input. Save that. Gamepad settings, D-pad, no. Boot input, X input, right. So I'm going to hold down. Actually, no, I need to look at hotkeys. So how do I S1, S2 up is home. So let's see, if I put B3, what can I choose as an action? Can I choose a key press? No. How do I pin mapping? Ah, right, pin mapping. Okay. Profile 1. Can I put these to a regular key, like 8? No, that's not what I want to do. How do I assign a button to a key? As a keyboard key? That's the big question. And what can I do? So this is a mapping for buttons to the GPIO pins. If I want the GPIO pins to send a keyboard key, where do I go to do that? It's not peripheral mapping, not GPIO. Provides a snap mappable function button in the pin mapping. So how do I tell? Okay, let's just save and reboot into the web config. Which is where I am now. And then see GP2040-CE, how to map keyboard keys to buttons. Configuration and keyboard mapping. Okay. Configuration, and I don't have keyboard mapping. Wait, what? Okay, current input mode, keyboard. Right, oh, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, so up, down, left, right. So B2, B3 is control left. I want that to be 8. Or do I shift left and Z, shift left and Z. And B4 to be 9. Okay. So what I've done now is I mapped B3 and B4 to 8 and 9, which is also what I'm using in reboot into the controller mode, and I want to hold down so in theory 8 8 9 9 perfect. Okay, we got something. Let me see now. If I open up the game again, right. Then we start bubble bubble. And then on OBS, now I'm gonna put arcade live stream setup. We're gonna turn off that. And we're turning off the camera. I'm gonna insert a couple of coins. Can I do that from here? No. So I'm inserting a couple of coins. So you see now that I can switch between the game and this. If I press this key, it switches, and that key switches, right? And if I take the game and put that on a separate screen, That's a bit big. Maybe I can put it on the other screen. Yeah. This is okay. So watch what happens. You see here now I'm yeah. Have a good night, Papa Bear. Thanks for sticking with me. This is the final thing. Look what happens now. I can click on here. And if I start the game, watch what happens. I can use the controller up here to switch camera angles to the screen and the camera. And I should be able to play the game as well. I just need to remap the keys. So I can now switch the angles on OSB with the keys. Let me try something here. Where's my screen tab? There we go. Input mode, keyboard. So B1 should be control. Control left, and B2 should be Alt left. Reboot, controller, and I'll hold down this key. And now I can switch between scene 1 or... Yeah, I can switch between scene 1 and I can control my character. Now I just need to map up pause the game. Let's look at the browser again here. Yep. So in the game, let's turn off the browser, and in the game I'm going to look at the inputs. General, this system, left, right, keyboard control or mouse button 1 or gun, keyboard alt, right. General, keyboard control, keyboard alt. So what I'm doing right now, let's see if we can start another game. Now I'm just playing it on the keyboard. So pause that. Actually, oops. Then let's have a look in the config again. Control Alt left. So button 1, where is button 1? Keyboard, hotkey settings, no, gamepad settings. We should be good. Arrow up, arrow down, left, right. B1, B2, B3, B4. Those two work. Those two don't. Why don't they work? 5 and 1. They work as well. Yep. Ah, there we go. There we go. Okay, what's happening now is that I'm playing the game using the controller, and I can switch. See? You can see me playing the game here, and then I can switch angle to the game by pressing the button on the controller up here. So I can control the stream and the cameras by using the arcade stick as a controller. And the delay seems to be fine. So I can play the game here and then switch back and forth so you can watch me play the game, or you can watch a video camera from the arcade controller. And I'm playing the game. So let me see if I can put window capture up here. If I take this, move over like that. That's not the one. This is the one. Yeah. So I can now make this a lot smaller. Put it over here. You can see now that if I start the game right now, so what happens now, if I start the game, you can see my hands, and I can switch between full screen and turning that on. And I'm doing that on the keyboard, as in on the fight stick itself. And of course nobody's here to see it. But it was fun. It was fun. Okay, that was what I wanted to test out today, which I haven't had the option of testing. So now, let's see, let's just move out of the way, blow some bubbles. Let's move over here, let's get the candy. And then if I want to show you my hands, I just push this button here, and you can see that pop up. So I can control the scenes and switch between scenes using the arcade buttons on the controller while I'm playing the game. That's kind of cool, and nobody's here to see it. I'm gonna make a separate video about this, because this is too cool. Let's just fire away, and we'll get those. Oh, that was not what I was doing. We'll just wanna... No image? Image. Then we turn it off and turn it on again, and I'm just using these two buttons up here because I'm playing in keyboard mode. This is awesome. Cool. I'm gonna jump out of the game and let's just finish up here. This is what I wanted to do today. This is what I wanted to test. We have done a lot today. Oops. We have done a lot. So let me just quickly switch between this and turn camera on. Okay. Thank you for hanging out today, those of you who did. I know most of you or all of you have logged off, but it was quite the journey. We've managed to build our controller. Look at that. We have our controller, and right now I can use the controller to switch between two different scenes. Now if I map out the third button, I can switch to a third scene. And that was one of the sort of extras I wanted to try out today, and I got it to work because now we have the controller in keyboard mode, which means we can both play games using the buttons and the joystick and everything, just like you would with a normal keyboard, but arrows and all that kind of stuff, because it translates the input here to keyboard keystrokes into the game. So now I can control my stream from this, switching different cameras like that, switching to this, looking at me, overview, back again, and I can also play games at the same time. That's awesome. Now, the other thing, this box is big enough to put a Raspberry Pi inside. If I take the USB cable that comes out of this box, put it into a Raspberry Pi with RetroPie on it or something else, and put that in the box and put a power LED out and an HDMI cable, you have a fully portable arcade controller and arcade machine in one little box. There will be more videos, maybe lives, maybe just a couple of videos on the channel, but we will look into how to make this little controller, this controller into a fully portable arcade that you can plug into any TV and play wherever you are, and also how you can use it as a Stream Deck controller to control streams if you're doing something else on camera, or if you're playing games and want to be able to switch between showing you and the game and the key and the controller with your hands, or switching between scenes using some of the buttons that you might not be using in the game. Especially for streams where you're doing one game or a limited set of games where you know you'll have some spare keys. And also, we could put like a set of smaller function keys for changing the scenes.
independently, since most arcade games, at least, when you're doing arcade games, you don't need the R1, R2, R1, R2, L1, L2, and all that kind of stuff. And that's going to be very, very interesting. So,
two things. First up, we can now switch between angles, camera angles, using the arcade controller, which is kind of sweet. And I can play games as I'm switching between the scenes, which is also kind of cool. And putting a Raspberry Pi inside of this, you have a portable arcade you can bring with you everywhere. Oh, this is going to be fun. And we're going to do a final build at some point. But right now, I'm just going to make this look nice, get some games in, do some game streaming. Thanks for popping by. I'm going to go get a nap. I'm going to go and take a nap. I'm going to go and sleep. And then tomorrow, I have to clean up this mess. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Thank you. Bye-bye. And I'll see you in another video.